I bring this meeting to order on July 21st at 6:02. Ms. Toya, could we do roll call? Oh, actually, we don't need to do that. We can just punch it in. Has everybody checked into their little box? Okay, perfect. All right. Let's see, down to public comment on closed agenda items. Do we have any public comment on closed agenda items? Okay, great. In closed session, we will be discussing conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, 4 cases. 2.2, conference with labor negotiators, employee organizations, CSEA, NTA. Are we pulling 2.3?
Effectively, yes.
Okay. 2.3, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, title Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, CBO, negotiations with an unrepresented employee, new Assistant Superintendent, CBO, agency representative, superintendent, draft contract pending negotiation with NUSD legal counsel approval. 2.4, public appointment, employment, employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Director, Special Education. 2.5, public appointment, employment, employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Purchasing and Procurement Manager. 2.6, public appointment, employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Principal, Lincoln Elementary School. 2.7, public appointment, employment, employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Operations Supervisor. 2.8, public appointment, employment, employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Assistant Principal, Newark Middle School. 2.9, public appointment, employment, employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Dean, Newark Middle School. 2.10, public appointment, employment, employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Coordinator, Student Services. Boy, that is quite the tongue twister to read one after another. And I will now say we are dismissed to closed recess. Thank you. All right, we are returning out of closed session. I would like to say that we will be going back into closed session. At the end of the meeting, we have a further item on anticipated litigation that we did not get to, but we did not want to hold up this part of the meeting any further. So if you have any speaker cards, if you could turn those in at this time, and then I will have them sent my way, please. Pledge of Allegiance. Jasleen, would you like to lead us, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, meeting practices and information. As a reminder to those of us on the dais and in the room, we will keep our focus on the best interest of our students. We will work towards the future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. We will respect differences. We will never dismiss or devalue others. Approval of the agenda. Are there any items that we need to pull from the agenda at this time?
Yes, we do. We need to pull 2 items from the agenda at this time. They are items number
10.2, 10.3?
Underneath personnel, it is (10.2) and 10.3.
Thank you. All right, may I have a motion to approve the agenda, knowing that 10.2 and 10.3 have been pulled? Motion?
I make a motion to pull 10.2 and 10.3 from the agenda
And approve the rest
and
of it?
approve the rest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay. And a vote, please. Thank you. It did not. Gabriel, it looks like it didn't pick you up for some reason. Yes, no, maybe so? Okay. So we have 4 yeses. And I'm just going to note, member block is
Hang on a second. We're having some technical difficulties.
All right, do I need to read it?
President Jones, are you able to clear Jasleen's queue from your desk? It's not
You know
showing
what?
up.
It's still showing Joy Lee on here.
So we might need to get that corrected.
Okay,
So you will need a manual vote from Jasleen as well.
okay, no problem. We'll get a manual vote from you. So, yes or no on the agenda? Yeah. Okay, so 5 ayes on the agenda then. Thank you. All right. Member Torres, do you have a student report for us tonight? Great.
Sure. Can
Your mic is on.
I? Okay. Is it good? Can you hear this? Okay. Good evening, students, staff, board members, and community. Hope you have been having a good summer so far. My name is Jaslina Ayala Torres, and I have the pleasure of being your student board representative for the 2025 to 2026 school year. Before I begin with the exciting upcoming events, I'd like to draw attention to a recent concern for our students, which has been not being able to have access to their school accounts, which has been affecting Student View, Google Classroom, along with summer homework, and most importantly, our emails, which has been giving us school updates and information. So if it hasn't been brought to attention already, I'd request for that to be fixed. Other than that, as break comes to an end and the new school year begins, we welcome class of 2029 for freshman orientation, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Friday, August 1st, marking 26th annual Lean Crew 9th grade orientation for helping freshmen with the transition from middle school to high school with the help of their fellow upperclassmen, and Lean Crew coordinators Ms. Canales, Ms. Mensinger, Mr. Pramont, and Dr. Murphy. For the rest of NMHS, Maze Days will be held the day before, Thursday, July 31st, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. for 10th graders, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. for 11th and 12th grade. This day, they can take their school ID pictures and pick up their class schedule and locker. That is all for today. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to employee organizations. NTA? Ms. Bloom, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
So, hello everyone, my name is Rachel Bloom. You probably know me as the science resource teacher who's been in the district for over 15 or so years and at many sites like BGP, Graham, Music, Kennedy, Schilling, Lincoln, Coyote Hills, and BGI. This school year, I'll be serving as NTA's president. New NTA leadership has already started working with folks at the district office to make sure that we start the school year off right and that we're as prepared as possible. I'll be bringing my executive board members with me to one of the school board meetings in August so you can meet all of them. This evening marks my first time speaking as NTA president at the school board meeting. While those that know me are probably expecting something a little spicy, I'll spare you all, and I'll just end with saying that all NTA members are looking forward to partnering with district leadership to transform NUSD into the school district that its kids and families deserve, and we all are hoping that you're ready to do that with us. So thank you.
Thank you. CSEA? Numa Group? Okay. We're going to move on to public comment, and we have one non-agenda item. Ms. Parks?
Good evening. Imagine my surprise to see the July 21st, 2025 Assistant Superintendent of Business Services CBO position posted on EdJoin today. Clearly, the individual you intended to hire did not accept the offer, especially since you pulled the 2 items. What's very concerning to me is that despite how important this position is, you've yet to use all search options available. I've been monitoring the ACSA, the school services, and CASBO websites. In this day and age, when access to quality professionals depends on strategic outreach and persistent efforts, you've limited yourself to a single path, EdJoin. I'm urging you to take a broader, more proactive approach. You need to utilize all avenues available, including outreach to individuals who might not even be actively applying, but are qualified and potentially open to a new job opportunity. Waiting passively or relying on one method is no longer an option. The longer you go without someone in this role, the more strain it puts on the district and the harder it becomes to maintain the level of fiscal oversight and strategic planning our community expects. I hope you move forward by responsibly opening up the search, using every tool available, and bring in the leadership this district deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent report?
Yes. Wait, you place it up? Yes.
Good evening, board and community. So this evening, there's a couple things I just like to kind of start off with and do a little bit of sharing and reflection on our past year. If you could go on to the next slide, please. This month actually marks a self-care. It's International Self-Care Month. Something to think about is just helping to take care of yourselves, right? Before we can take care of kids, take care of our families, you have to remember to take care of yourself as well. And so while we're out on break and getting refreshed for the start of our school year, I just want to remind everybody to take time and think of the various types of self-care that you might need, just so that you're in a really good place to be able to come back and help support our students and families. We've done some outstanding work this past year. If you can move on to the next slide, please. So some good news. Measure O, when we left here in June, we knew that we were going out for our bond sales. Our bond sales have been complete. We sold all but $75,000 of our bond. We were able to do it with an exceptional credit rating of a AA credit rating. That's good for our taxpayers. That means that we will be saving them a lot of money that will actually come back to our schools versus going to the finance agencies. So that's a plus. And we sold to some really impressive companies that are out there. I look forward to giving you a more detailed report soon. But I did want to let you know that we sold all but $75,000 of our $40 million in bonds, which was an exceptional day on Wall Street. So it was a personal, wonderful day for me to be able to see that finally come together, because it really means that we can come in now and really help our schools with some of the triage things that we've identified as our first set of projects. With that, our CBOC is also looking for applicants to be able to help serve on that committee. If you're interested, you can go on the website and you can apply. And we hope that you will join a committee and be able to help us navigate and be a chance to, make sure that the projects that we say that we're going to do, we're doing with fidelity. Enrollment registration, as of last week, we were at 4593. It's a little higher than what we anticipated, so that's good news. We still have not done all of our exiting out, and for families that are wondering when they're going to hear about what school they will be going to with their children, we'll be getting that information out to you very, very soon. There's a process that goes through with each of the different districts where they have students from outside their district that have applied, and we're waiting to hear whether or not those have been accepted or not, and whether or not that creates space for some of our placeholders that are on hold for our registrations. Our goal the last couple of months has really been focused on human resources. You know that we've had some challenges. We've had a lot of changes in our own human resource department. The good news is it is fully staffed except for our manager position that we are still recruiting for, but we still have Kim Ortiz, who is a guest educator serving in that role with us. She kind of brings that consistent glue that we've had there for the last 60 days, which is really nice to have, and the information on hand to be able to help and support all the new team. Mr. Williams has done an extraordinary job with our hires, and we are excited about the number of positions that we have coming on board. We'll be making some introductions here shortly to everybody, because we've got a lot of folks out here in our audience that we are bringing on board on the team to help staff. I also really want to extend my heartfelt thanks to our union representatives and to our administrators who've come in on like almost a moment's notice to kind of help us do our interviews. As we've been sitting there trying to get these things structured out and to be able to vet and make sure that we find the best people that will do the best thing for Newark and Newark kids. I really appreciate the words that NTA gave out today, that we need to partner together. We need to do the right things to be able to help our district and help our children succeed. And we know that's the goal of our board. Lastly, services, we shared a little bit with you about some performance data that we were starting to look at. We still continue to look at kind of what's coming in. This is kind of the embargo data that we looked at, and we can't really quite share that yet, but it's really looking good. We're super excited. That means that our teachers did what they were supposed to do, right? They were out there, they were teaching, they've been helping our students, they've been navigating some of the new work that's out there with the new standards, and the early results look amazing. So I'm really excited. I can't wait to be able to share that across the board and have some real celebrations across many of our grade levels and the work that's been done by our teachers and our services team in efforts of being able to respond to the board with some of the goal challenges that you've given us. I think you're going to be very pleased. I know we are just behind the scenes right now. We can't wait to dive deeper into the details. Next slide, please. There's some important dates. So coming up, of course, is Newark Days Parade and Carnival. The theme this year is the 70s. And so get your groove on and come out and let's have a good old time. Also looking at a few other dates ahead, we have our next board meeting, which will be on August 5th. We have our teacher work day, which is August 6th with no students. And our first day of school is going to be August 7th. And then just a reminder to all of our families that it's no school, September 1st, that's Labor Day. And so we're going to give you a break back with your families, and we're going to do some self-reflection and spend some time with our families as well. But we have a very busy few weeks ahead of us before we get to Labor Day. So I'm very excited about where that all is going. And I think that concludes our slides. I do want to share with the board, at the last meeting, I know the hour got late. There were some decisions that were made at the very They were decisions that truly concern me as your superintendent and making sure that we have the ability to be able to move forward. I really need the support of the board to be able to make sure that our fiscal department is well run. I know it's just as much your concern too, that we have a strong fiscal element that's going forward. I want to just share with you and the community that we have done an extraordinary job in the past year of really kind of changing the landscape of where we're going to fiscally. We still have lots of challenges ahead of us, don't get me wrong. But we've done a really great job re-navigating and trying to reset some of the expectations and standards that are going forward. We are still deficit spending. We will be deficit spending for a few more years. It's going to take all of us working together to get through those challenges. In addition to that, something that happened right after the board meeting was what happened nationally. And nationally, it meant Title I, II, III, IV, and V went away for funding. There's also additional fundings that have an impact on us. We're still analyzing exactly what those impacts will be, but the budget that you adopted included some of the funds that we expected to see that were inside this large bill that came from the federal government that took out some of the funding that was there. We'll have to come back and we'll have to let you know a little bit more about what those impacts are and how they affect us. That analyzation work is really important. I can tell you from a fiscal standpoint, it's important for us to have some key positions brought forward. I am just as concerned about having looked for the right kinds of talent and making sure that we get the right people that will be joining us. Before you this evening is a purchasing and procurement manager position. I'm excited about that. It's one that we've been waiting a long time for. I still am going to need some transitional help and support with the former consultant that was there to make sure that we have a good, smooth pass-off. That person has been working behind the scenes and has been really instrumental in helping us this past year. And because of that, we've been able to sit there and do some additional guidance to move forward. We also, as you could see this evening, we pulled the item off for CBO. We did have high hopes of having somebody out there that we had tried to recruit. That person has declined the position, and we will be strategizing with the board on what we need to do to be able to move forward, both for an interim as well as for the permanent position out there. And that concludes my report this evening. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank all of you that have been coming in the last few weeks and really helping us with the number of hires that we've done. That's going to be reflected here real shortly, and I'm super excited about that.
Great, thank you so much. All right, moving on to consent agenda personnel items. The only item that we have left on here to vote for is the personnel report itself. Does anyone need to pull that before we take a vote? Yes, Member Hill?
Just a question. Are we going to use this agenda item as an opportunity to meet the people, or is that like later on in the agenda?
As soon as you're done with that vote, we would like to make introductions.
Okay, great.
Great. All right, so may I have a motion to approve the personnel report?
I move that we approve the personnel report.
A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Everyone vote. And Ms. Torres is going to vote under Joy Lee's name so that it can be reflected up on top. Is it letting? Oh, there it goes. Perfect. Okay.
Excellent.
That even though it says Joy Lee, if it shows up, there it goes, that is Jasleen. All right, 5 ayes. Thank you so much. All right, consent agenda, non-personnel items. Would anyone like to pull an item from?
Actually, if you could just hold on.
I'm
If
sorry.
we
Oh,
can
I'm
make
sorry,
some
of course.
introductions real
Yes,
quickly, if you wouldn't mind us
introductions.
just taking a few moments. This is something new that we would like to start introducing some of our staff that we're bringing forward, and we think this is a great opportunity to be able to introduce not only to our board, but to our community, some of the outstanding educators that are coming forward to help support us.
I
With that, I'm going
apologize.
to turn it over to
Thank
Mr. Williams.
Perfect. So we are very excited. We have 7 positions that we approved this evening. We have 6 individuals here that would like to introduce to the community. First person is not really introduction, but congratulations to a new opportunity within the district. I'd like to have Amanda Gulhard come up, and she's going to be our new Director of Special Education.
Good evening, everyone. 10th year in the district, first year in this role. It is bittersweet because I have to say goodbye to my Lincoln team and community, but I am very excited for the opportunity to support students across the district in special ed. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Congratulations.
We'd also like to welcome and congratulate Herson Sandoval, who's our principal at Lincoln Elementary School.
Good evening, Herson Sandoval. I'm just very excited to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to working with the families and to support Lincoln as much as I can, as possible. Thank you.
And for our Lincoln families that might be watching this evening, we will be getting communication out to you, and we'll also be having a special event where you'll be able to meet and greet your principal.
Our operations supervisor, Dimitra Standvev, he'll be working with our MOT department.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dimitra Stanev, and I'm excited to join the district and ensure that we provide a clean and safe environment for all students and staff. Thank you.
Our new coordinator of student success in our Ed Services division, Michelle Manriquez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Michelle Rodriguez, and I'm really excited to be here in Newark finally after my 30 years of 30 plus of education, and I'm really excited to bring what I have to the students of Newark Unified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Newark Middle School has a new assistant principal, Patricia Kelly.
Good evening, everyone. I'm super excited to join the team, having been a product of Newark schools, starting my career at Newark Junior High and then at Newark Memorial. So I'm just really excited to support the students and families of Newark Middle School. Thank you.
We are excited to have James Datsey join her as the Dean for Newark Middle School.
My name's James Dadsey, and I've always been a Cougar. It feels good to be back, and I'm just happy to serve, so thank you.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, Tony Lopez, who will be our manager of purchasing and procurement, was unavailable to be here this evening, but we are very excited to have him join the business services division.
Great. Thank you. All right, nice to meet you all. So glad, and thank you for coming. All right, moving on to consent agenda, non-personnel items. Did anyone need to pull one of these items? All right. May I have a motion to accept the consent agenda for non-personnel items?
I make a motion to consent for the agenda and for the personal items.
Okay, a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. And we'll take a vote. Again, Jocelyn, feel free to vote under there. All right. And the tally. Oh, Nancy, I missed you by accident. Are you a yay or
Oh,
nay?
I'm a yay, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, so we have 5. No. All right, thank you. All right, we are down to Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debriefs, and discussion. Let's see, Member Hill, we'll start with you.
Thank you. So I've 3 requests this evening. So the first one is we've been talking about our number 1 goal in our for the district is to improve educational outcomes, and Ms. Allard has been doing a wonderful job in that category, and I know that we're going to be hearing more soon. But the journey continues, and I've learned of an opportunity that I think that it might be great for us to take advantage of. So I have a friend/colleague that lives over in Palo Alto, and they work with the Rotary Club over there, and they're doing a lot of interesting things in Palo Alto and East Palo Alto, and they have identified a teacher who has retired, but who has come up with a very transformative approach to teaching math at the middle school level. And I'll read it to you quickly. So his name is Michael Zhu. So retired middle school math teacher, developed a groundbreaking student-centered method that enabled 95 to 100% of his students, over 85% from under-resourced communities, to achieve grade level math proficiency. And so he talks about kind of his philosophy. Every student can thrive when we meet them where they are and spark their curiosity. Student outcomes define teacher quality. Math is best learned through understanding, not memorization. And I'm not going to read through all of this, but this person has a very interesting approach, and he's coming out of retirement to help. And the Rotary Club has actually sponsored and paid for him to come and work at Ravenswood with my dear friend over here, Gabrielle. And apparently they are doing a pilot, and maybe you know this person, Gabrielle. Math teacher, 6th grade, Harriet Huang. Okay, so they're going to be doing a pilot with her around his teaching methodology for middle school. And this person said they would be happy to have us piggyback on top of that at no additional cost. So what I would like to request is that we maybe set up a meeting with Ms. Allard, with Superintendent Vacar, with Gabrielle and myself, just to meet with them, understand what they're doing, and if there's an opportunity, because it's potentially for free, and my understanding is that we still have some room for improvement in middle school in terms of our math outcomes. So maybe this might be something where we could learn the methodology, find a teacher that was interested, and have them experiment with some of these techniques.
We like to bring Eduardo too on that conversation.
Yeah, and yes, and Eduardo as well. Yeah, sorry.
Absolutely.
So all the correct stakeholders.
Excellent.
So if it's okay, I will reach out to see if we could coordinate something.
Yep.
A meeting to learn a little bit more.
If you could do an introduction, that'd be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Kelly.
Kelly would be perfect for that conversation.
Yes.
That's her background.
Okay. So that was request number 1. Request number 2 is, so I know that we're trying to be efficient in our running of our meetings, and we've made progress, and I think that having our meetings here and sort of the deadlines that we have to meet has helped to improve that. But a request that I would like for us to consider for this year to think about is, technically, if you look at the rules that govern our meetings, every agenda item shouldn't be more than 20 minutes. And we certainly enforce that when it comes to public comment, but theoretically it applies to every single agenda item. But we will regularly exceed that on numerous agenda items. And my sense of, maybe one of the challenges is that the speakers will oftentimes almost take up 15, 20 minutes by themselves, and then there's little time for the board to comment or for other people to comment. And so my recommendation for consideration, and we don't need to make a decision on this right now, but it's just a recommendation, is that kind of a best practice is if we can try to have the speakers have their presentations prepared in advance and posted, and that we have them essentially the presentation structured as an executive summary that doesn't have more than, say, like 5 to 10 slides max. But then there's an appendix. If there's additional information, all that information can go into the appendix so that if there are special questions that come up, you can quickly go to the appendix. But I think what we're seeing is, I mean, like in our last meeting, we went through like 40 slides related to the financial picture of California. And I don't think that we needed all that information. That could have been something that could have gone into an appendix. So I'm wondering and hoping that maybe we can look at, can we encourage our speakers on various agenda items to have their presentations prepared in advance and really have more of an executive summary that they briefly hit on quickly, and then the appendix in case there's specialized questions. So that's just a request for consideration. And then the last item, and I just wanted to kind of do a handout because I know that we're just tight on time here. Just a second. So our district, I'll just pass all these out. Our district has been going through a lot of change, as we all know. Well, literally since I joined the board, but particularly over the past couple of years. And one of the things that has kind of fallen out of our standard toolkit is doing a yearly superintendent evaluation. And that's something that that CSBA, California School Board Association, basically really says, hey, you have to do that. We stopped doing that after Superintendent Triplett left, and then we had brought in Penny DeLeon, but she wasn't here for a full year, and so we weren't really able to do that. But last year was kind of a transition year, and we had Superintendent Vicar join us. And again, she had literally, because normally these evaluations are done in the summer, and she'd only been in place for a couple of months at that point, so it wasn't really appropriate. But now that we've gone through a full year, I think it's very important that we sit down and talk about, not only all of the great things that we've accomplished, but also where there's still opportunities. And I think that one of the real reasons that this is important also is it helps to set the expectations for the following year in terms of, what does the board think the priorities are? What do they think that the superintendent, should be focusing on, should not be focusing on? And I know that when I was on the board, when we had Superintendent Triplett, a lot of times we didn't get to conversations about this until November, December, and that's too late. And so what I would like to suggest is that we try to schedule something as quickly as possible, over the next month, maybe sometime in August, and do it over a day on the weekend to do that. But if that's not possible, maybe we can look at the September, I think it's 13th meeting.
It's already on the schedule. This is already on.
So we're gonna have okay.
I haven't had a chance to send out the email, but it is half of the agenda for that day.
Okay, all right, great. Okay, so then we have it covered then. Okay, great, and those were my requests. All right.
Okay. I'd like to, again, congratulate and welcome our newly hired administrators. It's really good to meet all of them, and I'm just looking forward to everyone hitting the ground running this coming year. The Citizen Bond Oversight Committee, what is the deadline for those applications? It's August?
I don't have that in front of me. I think it's the end of July, and I think we're looking at bringing recommendations back to the board for the 5th, I believe. I had to go back and double check. I don't have that in front of me. I'm sorry.
I was trying to navigate. When I went on the website, I saw a flash come up about the CBOC, and then I couldn't find it. And unlike, members of the public, I can navigate and I can find business services and I can find the CBOC and click on it. But I have a feeling
We have
too
a
many.
whole, we have a whole page dedicated towards Measure O, so I'm sure it's right there. I have to just pull it up.
Okay, I just had difficulty finding it. Anyway, I've found two members of the community that I think will make excellent CBOC members, so I've encouraged them and I've sent them the application form. So I'm looking forward to a real strong CBOC. The 7-Eleven committee, do we have a next item to be looking at filling that committee and starting
So we're going to
it
have
up?
another study session, is my understanding, and I think we need to identify that date. Because I think what I heard is that there was going to be another study session to be able to talk with the attorney and actually identify some of the areas that the board had the initial discussion on, but I think you want to be able to have a deeper conversation around that, was my understanding.
Yeah, as I recall, that the main thing is that we have a study session to determine the scope so that the 7-Eleven committee knows the scope of the properties that we have that they'll be looking at. So I think it's been a long time, I think, since we been talking about all of our excess property. And so along with the bond and all these things coming up with facilities, I think it's something that we need to move on. When we do have our retreat and look at our governance team handbook, I think that would be an excellent time to have ethics training. Ethics training is mandated, I believe, by January of 2026. And I think that would be a good thing for the board to go through as a group. I don't know how many hours it would take, but I think if we have an attorney or our attorney do it, a 2-hour probably chunk out of that retreat would be a good way to spend that time. And I think, I'm looking forward to talking about Mr. Hill's requests regarding the superintendent's evaluation and the governance team handbook and the other items that we need to be spending time on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to echo with Member Thomas Winhen mentioned, congratulations and welcome on board to all the members, to the Newark Unified School District, the positions for the principals, APs, and also for the manager positions. Really excited to get to know you all and get to help out and support as well. That being said, I appreciate Member Hill mentioning about the request for Mr. Michael Chu working with Ms. Harriet Huang. I've worked with her in different phases, and she has a great volunteer group with young volunteer tutors that come and they use that particular method already, which they've been utilizing. So it's really a good opportunity just to sit down and really pick their brains and see what we could go ahead and bring over to Newark. Really excited about that. So thank you for bringing that up. And also just, summer, like Ms. Jasleen, I remember Jasleen Torres Winhen mentioned that we have a lot still happening with our students, our incoming 9th graders, the orientation, and, to really fully support our students to be at the different events that we have in the community, which on the 23rd, I believe, the Ash Park, we do have the orientation, just welcome back to the families. It's a small event that happens, and it's really just that feeling of having the community, vibe for us to really start building culture and start the relationships earlier before the school begins. So really excited about what's happening. We do have a lot of work to do, but I know we're headed down the right direction. During our September 13th retreat, we do need to create that space to have also a calendar for us to really follow our main calendar and to plug in all the dates so they'll be visible. So we'll, be present all 5 of the members to be here because it's really important for us to map out, the success that we're reaching out for. So really appreciate it, and thank you all for taking the time and being here today and supporting the Newark Unified School District. Thank you.
And you're referring to like vacation calendars, so we know when people are around, is that?
The main calendar that we have, we have the evaluation of the superintendent.
Oh, okay, so just the year-long, okay, all right. Just making sure I write it down too. Okay, I do have a statement that I wrote, and I'm just going to read it because that works best for me. Some of it is just reiterating things that have been stated already, but I'm going to just read this. In the past 18 months, staff has worked tirelessly to rebuild systems, restore integrity, and establish sound practices, but that progress continues to be in jeopardy. It was unfortunate that the decision was made not to approve the consultants we were supporting to support staff in the business office. Approving those contracts, even modified to support staff just as long as that was needed while permanent employees were found, would have allowed for the district to continue at the same rate to get the work done in a timely manner. Now the timeline has been pushed back and staff is struggling to set up purchase orders, process vending invoices, and coordinate the ordering of supplies, equipment, and services that are critical to the beginning of the 25-26 school year. These essential functions are slowly getting completed, but may result in late arrivals of critical supplies and materials for students and teachers. This is not how I wish to support the staff in the district office and in our district. The district greatly benefited from the skilled part-time consultants who understood the complexities of our district and had the necessary expertise to efficiently perform their duties. The consultants saved the district thousands of dollars, quickly identifying inefficiencies and addressing the lack of training among some staff. Fortunately, we have now hired for this purchasing position, but it will take some time for him to get up to speed in the position upon his start in the next couple of weeks. We continue to struggle without a current CBO. As you heard tonight, our latest candidate turned down the offer. This was very unfortunate, as we have looked long and hard to find a qualified person for the position. We now need to start the process over again in hopes of finding a qualified candidate. Perhaps we need to think out of the box and create a contract with some flexibility around on-site hours, recognizing the job is more than a standard 40-hour week. In the meantime, do we continue to overwork and further exhaust staff to do these jobs, or do we go back and reconsider contracts to support business office staff while we continue to look for candidates? Even though we continue to struggle to find key positions in the business office and ed services, we cannot forget that during the past year, we have filled over 100 full-time positions, nearly a third of our staff. These hires include teachers, site administrators, district office management positions, and many other support staff. The results of these hires are evident in the services we've provided for the students and the preliminary state testing results. We have successfully begun to initiate transformation across the district, including academic gains district-wide, restoring fiscal accountability, passing our school bond, receiving an improved credit rating, and earlier this month, we had a very successful first round of bond sales. Together, we have made many positive changes, yet we still have many more difficult and challenging decisions to make to continue to improve our fiscal health in light of the political climate. We have several key positions that still need to be filled, and we will be looking for a new superintendent starting in the fall for the following school year. We must work together and focus on the positive changes as we continue to move forward, not dwelling on the past. Superintendent, do you have any closing remarks?
A couple. First of all, I want to thank the board for your comments this evening. our strength is in being partners together. And we've done a lot of good work the past year. Work that I'm proud of, work that I'm honored to be part of, but we have more work to do. And to make sure that we're ready for our kids, make sure that we are operational when we are ready. With that, I'm still gonna need some triage support. We can discuss that later. But it's important that you know that I need the help and I need the support systems. And I don't think there was, I don't think it was a jab at me for what happened last time. I don't want to look at it like in that way. It felt like it a little bit, but I don't really believe that's what the intention is, because we've done too much other stuff together. And when you look at the hard work and where we've come from and what we've done and what we've accomplished, we've done a lot. And really, what I need you to be the advocates for our district. I need you to sit there and talk about the positive things. You are going to be looking for a new superintendent this year. I have every intention of retiring June 2026. And I really need you to be the strongest advocates out there about the great work that you're doing, because you've done really great work. And so does the rest of our district team. You guys have been amazing. You guys have been stellar. You've been great problem solvers. And honestly, we've done really great things together. I don't think our last board meeting was our finest. But I think we can also learn from what maybe the things that we wanted to be able to do, but maybe didn't do it in the right way. And I think that's where together we grow and we get stronger together. I do think you have some priority workshops that you need to do for yourselves and for this community. One, I think, is around the governance section of what we do and making sure that our goals are on target and that we clearly understand what those goals are and that that's outlined for us so that we make sure that we meet them. That's imperative. It's something I hung on to this year. It was a piece that was critical to me, to making sure that I clearly supported and made sure that staff supported the mission of what our board outlined for us as being priority goals. I don't know that they're necessarily going to change too much, but you might give us some additional challenges to go along with that, and I hope you do. And if you don't, we're going to give you some recommendations of things that we think that we need to do collectively together as a team. Our executive team has met. We've met with our extended leadership. There are areas that we know that we need to grow in, and we want to make those recommendations to you. And by the way, the goals will be set high. They're not going to be easy goals. They're going to be difficult goals. We may not get there in our first year. It may take us a couple years to get there with the goals that we want to be able to set. But I think we can do that together. You also need to really meet and think about the optimization of whatever it is you might do with your properties and forming the 7-Eleven committee. That's going to be critical to the mission of what we want to be able to do to be able to help and support the educational goals of our school district. It will help us with additional enhancements to our classrooms, to salaries, to possibly the benefits, in order for us to be able to augment what we receive from the state and be able to make whatever happens with our properties work better for us. I have no doubt that our board will help guide us in that direction. I know that's where you all are planning on going. You've had plenty of small conversations about it, but it's time to have a larger conversation and really identify what that is. I think it's a critical piece of what needs to happen. And then lastly, I think it's always important to work really strongly together as a team. And with that, I think bringing in a facilitator to be able to work with and make sure that we're all communicating well together is really important. And then whatever it is I can do to help you find your next leader to be able to help lead this community and our schools is going to be imperative. And I see my role in supporting you and helping you get there and doing that. And I want to be able to do that for you. I love Newark. It's been a very special place for me. It's a special place for me to be able to, I hope, leave a small piece of legacy behind, that we've done good things to help set up for the future. And all of you are helping to get that done. Everybody in this room is helping to get that done. And I think that's what's really important. And I know each and every day that our families come to our schools, that's what they really want. One of the conversations that they had with me across the board, didn't matter which community I walked in and talked to them, they talked about the fact that their schools were an important piece of what happens in their neighborhoods. And so I just want to make sure that we continue to keep that in our forefront. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. All right, and with that, let I'm going to go back to the right page. With that, I am going to adjourn the meeting at,
To close session.
to close, oh, yes, we're going to recess to close session at this point, and we will return at some period of time.
This button's extra sensitive.
Returning from our second closed session on July 21st, wanted to let you know that we have decided we are scheduling a special meeting on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, the 23rd, to address significant sensitive topics. The meeting will be held at the district office. Thank you. I will adjourn the meeting at 10:26.
You should have said time sensitive.